must be...
I may have a blade or two that could use a honing. Careful now, that's a trap!
In the days of old, the sorcerers of Riverlong cured the sick and healed the wounded through a great power called Source. But a terrible darkness invaded the land, and Source was forever tainted. The sorcerers who once healed now only destroy, and madness has overtaken them. A few brave Source hunters are all that stand between Riverlon and the dark power that threatens to destroy it. Wherever Source appears, hunters follow.
Rise and shine, Master Source Hunters. The captain wants you up on deck. Hear them gulls? Means we're close to shore. I don't ever you go in there, Master Source Hunters. City's full of undead, hungry and out for blood. But you're supposed to investigate that murder, ain't you? They say it's Source that did the Counselor in. Source in a city like Sicil, nowhere safe anymore. Here they are, Captain Sir.
God's blessings on you, hunters. You'll be happy to hear we've reached Sicil. But there's trouble offshore, so we'll have to sail in carefully. Here, have a look. Those are orc ships, and they're blocking our passage. We'll get you as close to the city as we can, and drop you off on the beach. Be wary now. Orcs are on the attack. Undead have closed every route out, and there's a sorcerer on the loose. If we're to get justice for the Counselor, you'll have to keep your wits about you. May the luck of the gods be with you both, Source Hunters.
If I didn't know there were orc ships raiding to the west, I'd mistake this for a placid beach.
At least the orcs make a bit of noise when they attack. It's dark-dealing sorcerers that'll strike with neither warning nor mercy. Is that a corpse? What's it doing here alone?
What? Did you expect it to have an entourage? Can you believe this?
Well, great deeds require the occasional leap of faith.
True enough.
That which burns may never freeze.
Source hunters! How did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
As you say, Madam Conduit.
Arise, fair dead! Seize upon our enemies!
Source hunters! How did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
As you say, Madam Conduit.
Arise, fair dead! Seize upon our enemies!
Get out of my way! What venom churns within me?
They are but flies to this queen.
Source hunters! How did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
As you say, Madam Conduit.
Arise, fair dead! Seize upon our enemies!
Without aid, I will expire soon.
Source hunters! How did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easily crushed.
As you say, Madam Connuit.
a new penny.
Confound it! Seven have mercy on your soul! What's that gleam?
There's a mine in the middle of our path.
Someone must have an interest in protecting whatever's kept there.
demise!
I've always heard there's typically more to a king's tomb than meets the eye.
It could be a myth, or it could be our lucky day.
Death is its own deliverance!
This seems to be broken.
This seems to be broken. I've spotted something interesting. Maybe the lock can be jimmied.
We made short work of that door, but I don't imagine our weapons would survive such use for long.
Hold! Our enemies have laid a trap.
Has anyone ever told you you're...
No glory in this death.
This seems to be broken. spotted something. What's this? I found something. I've spotted something interesting. Another angry summoner.
Something isn't right here. It could be an ambush.
This seems to be broken. This seems to be broken.
I need another chance! Seven, have mercy on your soul!
Strange indeed, robed indeed. Your tricks will not save you from retribution, deceiver. The bloodstone in life, I toil to care for these holy grounds. In death, I protect them from profaners and poachers. The legacy of Cecile is mine to preserve. Her traitors are mine to destroy. I suppose you only crept among these sacred tombs for leisure. I suppose you had no lust for the treasure of the dead. Ha! Run if you like, Defiler. Whichever way you take leads you to the grave.
Not so fast! Missed!
Back on my feet again!
Toasty! Meet your demise!
My life is ebbing away.
A little help here! I can reach farther than you think. Oh, I could do with a cold drink. I'm dying!
Now you will know the reach of my power.
Potentate!
A stitch in time, eh, my friends? A stitch in time, eh, my friends? Our blood runs hot with fervor!
I'm dying!
I could do with a cold drink. Lifts like a feather, drops like a troll.
Death never dies, fool. Death in 1,000 forms rules all.
Death is at hand.
Krishna Shell, son of the sea, an outcast upon these wretched shores. An exiled shell, doomed to live under a canopy of arid sky, not his native, tender water. My fate is a cruel one, I assure you. How many snot-noses have held me up against their dirty little ears, only to claim they can hear the ocean? Of course they can hear her, the brats. We are on the very edge of the great aquatic mother, whose embrace I so dread. Yes, yes, I, King of Pearls, ache to repose anew on his coral throne. Hurl me toward the water. Swing me as far as your arm's strength gives release. Of course I can talk, don't be silly. There's more tongue to me than heart. Indeed, the surprise should be mine, for I still remember the days when your kind swung from branches and plucked the vermin out of their neighbor's fur. Time is an indulgent mistress to one who spends happy hours as she passes. But when your existence is one of misery, she becomes a lethargic hum. Oh, I remember ancient times, for I have lain here since antiquity. All this I have seen. Alive, what do you say, kind knight? Will you return the King of Pearls to the sea, so he may yield you long lost?
Kindness is its own reward, and then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea.
Agreed. Let's...
Liberator, kind better. The sea, I have returned.
Someone else got here first.
Calm down, Junius. Doesn't look like one of them orcs to me.
Just hold your tongue, will you, Bibius? Can't be too careful. We are sworn to protect Scythiel. We're legionnaires, of course. On the lookout for orcs, for they've been attacking from the sea. God knows why they do it, but we stand firm. We of the Legion.
Liberators of liquor too, aren't we, old chum?
Shh! Just pipe down, will you, Bibius?
Ever cat the watch? Stood on the lookout for hours on end, bored stiff. Boredom's a demon buddy, and booze is the demon hunter. There. I do declare it's time for this hunter to take another shot. Huzzah!
Aye, a noble word for watchdog, that, for that is what we do. Watch over the local dogs that ever...
Best way to calm a wily dog is to neuter it. Ha! Spay for pay.
Just put a sock in it, will you, Bibius?
What do you want to know?
Hold on, not so quickly. You may not be an orc, but that doesn't mean I trust some outlander wandering the beach.
I don't need an escort, especially not a drunken one. Back off or...
And face me, too! You two are a disgrace to your uniform. Eternal silence awaits you. Assist me, friends! Seven have mercy on your soul.
As good as a new...
Well, there we have it. 2 dead legionnaires.
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
They deserved it, the cretins.
Right you are.
Back on my feet again.
Well, there we have it. 2
This feels wrong.
I think you're right. We had no real reason to kill them, and yet we did.
that
How
already?
very curious. And how very disquieting.
Not even worth the rummaging.
A little help here. Bless the Seven. I am restored.
But I see we've suffered another orc landing. And judging by the relative ease with which it was dispatched, I can only come to one conclusion. You're as welcome as a glass of cooled milk on a hot day, my friend. I'm Ahu, at your service. It was I who requested your presence in this troubled city. So you were, and so you weren't. Behold, there we are. Meet my other half, Hunter. Ha ha! No need to look so flabbergasted. I may be a wizard rife with tricks and guile, but I assure you my plea is an earnest one. So, now that the cat is out of the bag, let us turn to the matter of Councillor Jake's murder. It's hard to put my finger on it, but I can feel in my very whiskers that sorcery was at play. Visit the scene of the crime, and I'd bet sardines for salad you'll say the same. Captain Aureus, though, the local commander of the Legion, insists I'm seeing ghosts. I insist he's blind to all but the undead. So there are, or rather, there is. Popular opinion has it his wife did the deed. But to be frank, I have my doubts. She seems a likely candidate, to be sure, but that would make her a sorceress. Esmeralda knows how to charm, yes, but I just don't see her magic extend beyond a frolicsome look and wink. Still, don't simply take my word for it, Hunter. It may be well worth your while to cross-examine her yourself. The Legion has her under guard in her shop near the town square. That's where you'll find poor Jake's widow. Jake was murdered in a downstairs room of the King Crab Inn, up in Sicil proper. The Legion keeps it under lock and key, though, so you'll need Aureus's permission should you want to have a peek. A human, you say? Truly? But that would be like a kitten leading a wolf pack. And yet, I have heard rumors about a sect of sorts, a shadowy set of worshippers that associate even with orcs. Some say they're sorcerers, but people will say that about anyone who behaves a bit strangely. I don't quite know what to make of this news, But thank you for informing me. It'd be foolish to dismiss such a curious event out of hand. Oh, but that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Or does it surprise you that I enjoy taking a feline guise? Such magic is a gift, Hunter. To tread upon the realm of instinct. Even articulate speech, perhaps humanity's greatest asset, cannot give expression to something so inextricably innate. To be out in the night, to stalk on silent paws and hunt with only the moon as your witness. You couldn't possibly imagine the thrill. But of course it's handy to speak in more than meows. And I couldn't brew potions or make machines without opposable thumbs. This I freely admit. Let's just say I have found a way to enjoy the best of... the undead. They've been clawing their way out of the ground for 2 years now. And for 2 years the stalemate between them and the living has been dragging on at a weary pace indeed. The Legion did a good job keeping them at bay, but I think it's fair to say that without my magic-infused ballistae, they'd have gotten the better of us by now. Someone is responsible for the outbreak. Necromancers are at work, but who are they and where do they hide? Alas, that searching for them is like searching for a single louse in a lion's mane. Unfortunately, that is absolutely correct. The Orc siege is yet another hairball stuck in this city's already choking throat, and it shows no signs of abating. We've cordoned off the western beach where most Orc activity has been reported. For the 9 lives of me, I can't seem to figure what they're doing here. There's nothing of interest along the waterfront, except for a set of caves with an unfavorable reputation. Maybe they're after some pirate's treasure, the fools. I'm glad we've met, Source Hunter, and I'm certain we have a lot more to talk about. Feel free to visit me whenever you want. I've set up a workshop in the Legion's headquarters. Once you're there, just take the stairs, but do pay a visit to Aureus first. He may bark like a beagle with its tail stuck in the door, but you won't get very far in your investigation without speaking to the de facto leader of Sicil. And with that, I bid you adieu, Hunter. Adieu and good luck. May your enemies prove to be mere mice, and you the dauntless mouser.
Undead, orcs. Looks like we have our work cut out for us.
At least we won't be bored. How about we go and see that Aureus chap Arhu mentioned?
Pull your backs into it!
Come on, man, put your backs into it.
What if the Orcs are sending in other fleets?
We're gonna need more rockets to save her.
Really? The greatest warriors in Rivellon can't cross a rope?
orcs. They can't keep off this place for the life of them. They came in here slinging fireballs and swinging swords. Wasn't a thing we could do to defend ourselves. That was a right stunning show of magic you pulled, it was. Wish you'd have been around when our own barge went down in flames. Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. With our ship sunk, we're little more than 3 men with nothing more to say than boo. With our ship gone, nothing for it but to get a job. Slim pickings around here, that's for sure. Maybe you can keep an eye out, though.
Madness! Thought we were done with those swampy uglies a fortnight ago. Note, though, that none of them dared to come close to the tide splitter. A ship's got to sail too, you know. You did a mighty fine thing saving that barge. For the...
Madness!
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Those orcs must be out of their barbarous minds. I'll tell you, the only time I'd consider waging... Name's Conrad. Cargo trader, sea captain, an expert in all things nautical. Folks across Andervale know to give old Conrad a holler when it comes to rare imports and magical items.
500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
And don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Ythulgore anymore?
Speaking of Ythulgore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Sicile?
Is that why we never sailed to Ythulgore anymore?
I needed that.
Speaking of Ythulgore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed to Ythulgore anymore?
Speaking of Ythulgore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed to Ythulgore anymore?
Speaking of Ythulgore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Carriage for the joyride.
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Sicile?
Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed to Ythulgore anymore?
Speaking of Ythulgore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day.
I needed that.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I have a lot on my hands.
Oh, me and my brother Bolden dragged this here cart all around Sicil, from dock to graveyard and back again. Speaking of Bo, you ought to say hello to him. He's clairvoyant, you know. Can tell you fortune to the T.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving.
The Bull, the leading clairvoyant in Sicil. The 2 feet never bother to ask, but I see all that is, and of course, most winsome 2 feet. Of course. What would you like to know? Well, that depends, 2 feet. That depends. I see that love has caused you to falter in the past. Yes, falter dearly. You must why, yes, most wealthy indeed. But you must be vigilant too. Death. Ever the most difficult topic to foretell. I see. Oh dear. No. No. Your reading is over. Do you hear? Over.
Size seal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels. Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Sea garbage.
I Tell ya, this gig sure beats getting my toes bitten off by zombies out in the field. We warehouse guards don't have to do much apart from stroll the perimeter a few times. And of course, every now and again, some friendly folks, like yourself, will wander through here. And nothing beats a pleasant conversation, though my comrade Horatius has quite different opinions on that matter. Have you talked to him? Thinks every man, woman and child who steps foot in this place wants to rob it blind. If I so much as greet a townsperson with a hello instead of a state your purpose, he thought this Jake business is quite the scandal, no? I myself suspect his wife Esmeralda, and the butcher seconds that, let me tell you. Then again, and you didn't hear this from me, he's going through quite the nasty divorce himself. And there's his children to consider. But I imagine his youngest, Kimberly, won't mind. Never did get on well with her mother ever since. Oh, it's an unparalleled pleasure having a fresh ear around here.
This is a storing house for Legion supplies. Perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Courteous, have been trusted to guard it.
That idiot man-child would sooner spend an hour chatting up a thief than a minute arresting him. I only hope he gets transferred out of this warehouse and straight to the perimeter. Even... You've caused enough distraction.
That fusspot said what? Well, old Loose Lips will let that lowly backbiter know what he thinks about that. So, something you'd like to say to my face?
I haven't a thing to say to you. I'm on duty.
Duty, indeed. Put up your fists.
Are you mad? We're guards, not drunks on the street.
Here now! What is this farce? Back to your post at once!
This place reeks of old stench. A matter of honor.
Such matters are to be settled on your own time. Understood?
Understood.
Such bickering is all that leaves me to sneak by unnoticed.
It won't happen again, sir.
It better damn well not. Report?
Still nothing, sir. I suppose there just aren't any thieves around.
If there were thieves, why would we be guarding this place? Think!
Makes sense, sir.
Enough of that. I know how dangerous an orc can be, but this one has been reformed. Anyone can see that she's completely docile, but my prejudiced friend here still wants to kill her. My friend here and I were patrolling outside the city walls, when who did I see creeping along the shore but this lovely orcish lady? For a brief second, as long as eternity, we locked eyes. Perhaps confused by the butterflies in her stomach, she sprang up and began running, claws bared towards Marius. Fortunately for him, I had the presence of mind to ignore my sword and instead adroitly fling my pouch of trinkets towards her. A vial of love potion shattered over her head, and when she turned to face me, she became instantly enamored. I'm sure she must have been compelled to join the Orcish army under some kind of duress. A lady with such a sweetly savage manner would never willingly join up with those vicious marauders.
Ha! I can assure you there wasn't a hint of sweetness in those murderous eyes when she lunged at my throat. She may be confined here for now, but who's telling when she'll escape and who she'll rip to shreds?
I've always had an amateur interest in all things alchemical. When I read in an esteemed periodical from the Wizards of Youthful Gore about an amazing opportunity that could change my life, I sent away for the world-famous love potion, available for a limited time only, and it has worked exactly as promised.
You see what a fool my friend has been, spending all his cash on snake oil and bringing a temporarily tranquilized monster into our midst to boot.
What kind of monster would lie in a published advertisement?
You see, he'd believe it was noon at midnight if he read it on a printed pamphlet. Please tell me you can reason with him, or ditch reason and use your sword to shave him from his murderous darling.
Let her live. If that potion were truly worthless...
You're right. The information she provides could well turn the tides here in...
Bravo!
You're going to regret this.
Too bad indeed. Not even a skeptic like you can deny that she loves me.
An orc in love? Ha! When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
Come now, enough doom and gloom. Cast your gaze instead upon my fair faggot figure.
You're seeking, all you need's a friend guarding the treasure room.
I've spotted something interesting.
One day you'll show 'em all.
My target dances in shadows!
This place reeks of orc stench.
No glory in this death.
Well, I'll be a little red imp's uncle, the Source Hunter. Sorry for the gruff treatment. I didn't recognise you right away. Please tell me, how can I aid the investigation? You can see security's tight to the never around here since that surprise attack the Orcs put on a fortnight ago. They did enough damage to shake up Ahu and Captain Aureus something fierce. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left-field Orc attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive. I don't think you're quite ready to head out into the wilds to me. Also, a party of 1 or 2 runs the risk of being outflanked and outnumbered. I'll bring some backup if I were you. Of course, the choice is yours, but are you sure you want to venture out? I certainly hope you know what you...
Either they've taken to the sea.
Is my name, good friend. I came to the Second Life some time ago. Some years? Years it must be. Or perhaps not. In any case, it has been time well spent hunting out magnificent goods and selling them to interested parties. So many wonderful artifacts I've found. Have a look by all means. You look like just the sort of self-starter to appreciate what I mean. Weapons, 4 of them, that the intrepid adventurer can improve and upgrade as he travels if he finds the right pieces. See them? See them? Judge for yourself. I'm quite busy finding for the moment, but if there's something you'd like to buy, I could set all that aside for a few delicious moments.
fancy stone. I just want to bury these bodies the traditional way. It's the least I could do for my dear brother, Oggy. Such a dear lad he was. We wanted to see the world, but we saw next to nothing before he was called to serve the old mother in the afterlife. In our village, oh, poor Oggy will never see her again. Tradition goes that a warrior should be buried with his best armor so he can defend himself in the afterlife. There weren't so many spoiled after the battle, but I managed to give old Oggy the best set. A proud send-off for a proud soldier.
With a full set of hand-picked armour, eh? We've got to know its location.
I second that. His brother won't be using that armour now that he's gone to the...
You want the location of Oggy's grave? Now what use could you have for that, small bones? Keep bothering about it and I may have to call over my friend.
First one to strike gold buys dinner.
In our own town, we honour the dead by decorating their graves with whatever materials we have. In this...
This orc is obviously bereft.
Agreed.
Don't play dumb with me, small bones. You know as well as I that your little...
To accidentally disturb any graves.
We made a promise to an orc after all.
Oh, poor elf. Away with your weapons! Away! Leave humble orc to mourn in peace. Hypocrites, liars, thieves! Away with your weapons! I don't want to... Oh, it was such a dear lad who... In our bit, there was...
This orc...
Agreed.
Don't think I didn't see that twinkle in your eye when I spoke of the armor, small bones. But I thank you for leaving my brother to rest in peace.
I should be careful not to accidentally disturb any graves.
What's this? I found something.
Wouldn't venture too far.
Problem than a set of silver arrows. Borrow indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear. Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Sicil began. Still, that doesn't waive a man's need to eat, you know. I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times. But what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal. So what do you think? Should I snag a fish?
Yours for a scrap
Everyone needs a hand now and then.
Sure, everyone needs a hand, but who are we to offer the merchant's hand without his consent? He should leave the fish be.
All right, we'll do it your way.
I should... He's a hungry man, you know.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send them to me and tell them there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way if they don't mind a bit of honest labour. Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hardy souls to help me reload the ship and sail off. Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-livered turkeys they are. Haven't seen them since the day we docked.
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until he's...
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fryer. Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
I swear I saw a lady in red upon...
Here for your daily serving of veggies. Blink!
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper. We're finally getting out. If you've got a favourite sheep.
You're really ruffling my feathers now. Can't you see I'm busy modeling? Obviously, someone's plumage isn't magnificent enough to inspire genius. All those naysayers in the past, see what I become. Hundreds of years from now, people will wonder, who is that cook? It must have been a grand...
Good day to you.
I recently sold most of the tender loves to a trader heading north. Plenty of business that way these days. Yes. Oh, Ogget's been missing for more than a fortnight. I love that sheep, you know. Was planning to cook her into a fine midwinter night haggis myself. Do tell me if you hear anything about her. I plan on pursuing whoever stole her with my cleaver in hand. Now that the herd's gone, old Birch is just scratching by like...
Good day to you.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Potions to bemuzzle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for bar potatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. These batches only hours from the tree.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Potions to bemuzzle you.
Good day to you.
it seems. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Made a big cheese on your throat with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's just see if you can choose the finest greens.
Get it while it's fresh. These patches only ours from the seeds.
Join us right up if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Join the Sun Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Ain't straight, ain't true. Harry's by the dozens.
Let's just see if you can choose the finest greens.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock. Nothing more fire.
Let's just see if you can choose the finest greens.
Made a big cheese on your throat with a wheel of the good stuff. Made a big cheese on your throat with a wheel of the good stuff.
Nothing more fire.
I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties. Maxine rhymes with queen, after all, and dearest. That is, but of course, darling, be my guest. Heavens forbid.
No, fear is rather too strong a term there, hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I. And though those rancid ramblers may not be quite as easy to put to the claw as mice are, I assure you they are just as easily outwitted. Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for one of my more urbane tastes.
Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean the mongrel that's always skulking about the place. I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking at me as if I were an idiot. Man's best friend, my eye. I've always been more fond of cats myself. My elf? What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Sicil, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Sicil through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed. Oh, what? Oh, you mean Sicil? Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jake, and by source magic no less, weren't enough. We're also the undead have overrun all but one northern. That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such sticking its tendrils into the innocent. And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic I rather foolishly sought. A weapon called the Staff of Pergamon. What of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the Staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat, atypical to a government official. Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead. His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Sicil harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind. Jake, murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed. I could hardly believe it myself. The Council and I have certainly had our differences over the years, but old squabbles evaporate under such circumstances. Most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit suggestive. But I've never had cause to suspect her of violence. An all-right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense. The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Sicil is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Counselor. What? The undead? Yes, well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if... you see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, rather more than nice, they occasionally... well, they... Oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when that depends. What kind of berries? The library. Yes, yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Sicil. Would you like to have a marvelous...
Fortify your abilities!
It's easy enough to gain new strength when one is carrying an entire team on one's shoulders.
The team hardly enjoyed.
Golly gumdrops, he did what? The nerve of the man. I knew he was hard of hearing and soft of wit, but this is a new low even for him. Oh, do calm down, Maxine. Compose yourself. Envision a calm ocean. There we are. Indignation has been dispelled. No longer do I care that booby of a mare called a nervous twitch suddenly makes Maxine's whiskers wiggle. I don't care in the least. But of course, Dad, heavens forbid.
Maxine, I've always...
What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen of Saisil. Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken, for you hardly resemble the local fisherfolk, which, incidentally, is a compliment of copious dimensions indeed. A source hunter, that is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery, a chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company of man. But it may just be to our mutual advantage to join forces nonetheless.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night. Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night. Place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem! The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Esmeralda does.
This is a sentiment I'm quite certain you must recognize. Let there be strength in cunning, yes, but also in numbers. The calculus of wizardry I offer you, the might of the magician's mastermind.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little
On
legs.
one condition. That on our joint travels we will never deal with demonic entities, no matter how tempting their propositions.
Very well. There will be no deals with demons.
Agreed. Nothing good ever came from bargaining with those devils.
Most gratifying. I see you are firm of purpose and thereby ready to descend. Descend into the madness that is sorcery, into the depths where demons dance. Gladly shall I follow you into the abyss. Onward, blood and triumph await.
From any place anymore. I go where my quest leads me. Besides, the name would mean nothing to you. The glorious city in the glorious kingdom where I was born. I remember them well, the sandstone castles, hued like the very sun that batters their battlements without rest. I can see them still. The fountained gardens and halls of pearl-colored marble inlaid with gemstones set in shapes of plants and beasts.
Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
Three, their perversions seek to end all beauty. 4, their schemes. 5, their presence distorts all intrinsic harmony. Do you now? Your...
Daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly striking, is it? When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Sicile toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amon Hor, dear Cecil was among the gathered crowd, and he took pity on the exiled infant that he raised me like I was his own. This kindest of souls taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became the city's librarian, a position I uphold with no small diligence and pride. Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hold is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too. Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine. Get a friend.
That doesn't belong to us, you know.
Place this book here. A volume of poetry and novels. Mayhem.
We're source hunters. We should be able to access any of the
other people's possession. I need a moment to reflect.
See-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Taken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
It does feel quite good to give of oneself to those in need.
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing...
Those as giving as you are...
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay you. He's always been something of a rascal. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. That band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, there is...
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens. Lord, son, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Aaron has as many red It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better. To become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of each and every one of us. See here. You and I share the same passion. Too bad your line of work comes with such measly... Indeed. Indeed, gold is always welcome. And among the fabulous Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that, and at the end of the day, what do you have to show for it? Wouldn't you prefer to call your own shot? Well spoken. Well said. And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The Who? Tom? Doesn't ring a bell. Oh, hold on. Yes, of course, Tom. One of our most recent additions to the Fellowship. Brave kid, smart as a tack. He'll prove to be a wonderful addition to the family yet. Ah, the Fabulous Five. How I enjoy simply... You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if... What a gem of a question. Now then, to join the Fabulous Five is to join a fellowship, to join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of Knight is bestowed upon you the moment you sign our waiver, and so it all begins. I shall be the one to give you your first... Of course, should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel of the Fabulous Five, and thereby draw new knights into our fellowship, you will get a share of the reward from their contracts too. Isn't that wonderful? By now, the genial glow of the Fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? I mean family. For like a family, work hard. Fulfill contracts. Enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you... you like nothing. Of course. Oh, marvelous. Magnificent. Oh, but what am I saying? Fabulous is the word. You may not realize it yet. Oh, it's a pretty straightforward task, this one. Now, in this town dwells a wizard. Ahu is his name, and he's a frightful eccentric. Scientific type, you know the kind. Favors reason over faith and all that. Not Fabulous Five material, him. His experimental weapons may keep a couple of skeletons away from the city, but many of his other researches failed. One of them was a big lumbering apparatus, a frightful automaton shaped like a giant made of steel. But you can guess what happened. Did it become sentient? Was it cursed? Whatever the cause, the thing relieved itself of its pilot and headed north towards a network of caves. Luckily, there are those in this world who belong to the Fabulous Five. The braves who eat such monstrosities for breakfast. Go.
So you're just
Whatever
hanging
happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pocket.
I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Wartruce my regards next time you see him. Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. See, I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill savages either. What they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say. But it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in their suitcases and a knee-knocking fear of ever cross. I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Sicil. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that many orcs without backup. You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often. Medora's the name. Retired, or so the Order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. By the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward... Well, comrade, I hadn't thought I need a contingent I can trust. I've been scouting Sicil for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Counselor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator. More than I'd hoped, comrade. I don't know what in tarnation's gotten into the townsfolk here, but there's enough dark magic running roughshod to topple us. There's Mayor Cecil's doings for one, and the mysteries of our master Thalron for another. And on top of it all, the feline menace is lurking at every hearth and shadow. You mean you don't already know, comrade? Their kind can see in the dark. It ain't natural. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the mayor's a decent sort. But from what I've heard whispered around the docks, the old guy's gotten himself mixed up in something not quite on this side of the law. I suspect an illegal source, artifact, or substance is at the root of it, but exactly what or... Fella seems like a humble doctor, but I bet my sword he's dealing in something darker in splints and tonics. A loose-lipped fishmonger let slip that she'd seen our good doctor scale the city wall on 2 separate occasions, well past midnight each time. What business could he have among the undead? Hardly the habit of an innocent healer, I'd say. Well, you know the old expression. 2's a tea party, 3's an in...
They say
A fantastic plan! With 3 source hunters working in tandem, we'll put an end to all the evils bent...
Another source hunt?
That's the spirit.
By now, it's been centuries since anything more dangerous than a badger has come out of those woods.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've got to my match is when I'm injured over longbow fighting my pie.
Careful now. Your head's growing more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
Yes, she and I have a history. That's hardly a secret anymore. I quite doubt it was even a secret from Jake while he lived. As easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so steamy and sordid as the busybodies around town make it out to be. Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection for each other. He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Counselor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wish... I am the Duke of Ferrell.
I am Unsinkable Sam. At least that's what they call me around here. Used to be a ship's cat, but the clipper I was on sank, and I was the only one to wrestle himself free from the waves. The people here were kind, and a magnificent ship she was. Used to belong to a pirate, I was told. Unlike me, she didn't prove to be unsinkable, though. We hit the cliffs right neath the lighthouse. Not very apt, and the moment I hit the water, I writhed around like I would on a hot tin roof. By some miracle, I managed to reach the beach, covered so I was. What friends I had. They drowned alongside the rats I used to... Not that I have it bad here, mind you. I've milk and fish aplenty. Most folks will pet me kindly, and when one of the village girls holds me tight against her ample bosom, I purr up a storm. But I do long for a companion of my own kind, and in that regard, there is no one like Maxine. Maxine, the mayor's darling pet. So gentle, so fair a feline. The grace of her whiskers, the subtle palette of dyes in her sable coat. She likes me. I know she does. But when I declare my love, she backs away. I don't know why. I have serenaded her and braved many a bucket of water for my efforts. But for some reason, she is not to be swayed. By all means. Oh, don't mention orcs to me. People make a fuss about them because they...
Oh, he's a darling old Tom, isn't he? Paws over tails in love with me, and who can blame him? The feeling's, well, it's rather mutual, actually. But that pet of a puss simply doesn't have a penny to his name. At the risk of sounding as shallow as a spaniel, I can't but admit my love does not come unconditionally. What if we were to have kittens, he and I? They'd jolly well starve, wouldn't they, with an alley cat for a papa? Oh dear Sam, he's such a good old bean. But he does rather reside at the bottom of the scratching pole, doesn't he? And dear me, one must have at least a mite of standards.
Aye, so there's the rub. I am but a stray, and she is the mayor's cat. Oh, I do understand her, I do. She wants a Tom of means, not privation. One who brings home the sardines and the occasional halibut. Would that I still had my collar. Such a marvel it was, as bejeweled as the night sky with precious stones. Said like the king of all cats I looked when I wore it. A gift bestowed upon me by a princess whom I had kept company during a long and perilous voyage. A precious band of gemstones, lost as I was tossed around by the waves like a ball. Among the waves it remains, I imagine. Won perhaps by a crab who fancies himself a Caesar with it. If only...
Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine, from bums to wizards, passed through these doors for a pint and a place to rest.
Met your match once or twice.
I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream has been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked into that room, and the Duke that followed her in. I was washing up and nudging the last of the lushes out of the door when a cloaked woman rushed in right past me. I never got a good look at her, damn my eyes. But I figured the way she disappeared that she was visiting one of the lodgers. Lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place and saw nothing more.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned.
Tall as an elf, strong as an orc, but, and my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say, can it be? Well, you're that I have. For nearly a lifetime, it seems. Well, I'm sure you must know what I mean. I believe I have found that component, that body, that spirit within you, Source Hunter. Yes, you must join the Fabulous Five right away, as soon as time... So you've joined up. I can finally offer you our finest adventuring equipment well, you must be thrilled to find yourself a member of a team so widely renowned for its valor and skill. And you must be even more curious about how... Oh, darling, that was so long ago now. Well, you are a member of the eminent Fabulous Five. I hear you've been tasked with taking out that crazed robot in the north. I am Anna. I've cut 1,000 throats and baked 1,000 bread rolls. When the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my formidable collection of... But haven't we wasted enough breath with chit-chat? Come now, why don't we trade in... Providing you can afford it, I'll be happy to supply you with all the gear you'll need while swinging swords alongside the Fabulous Five. Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging...
How curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is... So you've
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Me? You mean you don't recognize me? Well, you must live under a very large, very heavy rock, for I'm the finest wizard in Rivellon. Yes, that is strange. Strange indeed. But it's a strange world we live in, isn't it? A strange and magical world, full of wonders and regionis regentum. Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out indeed. If I'm as good as they say I am,
The name's Ivad. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been offering the weary travellers of Sicil drink and rest for nearly 2 decades now, but the king crab's older than that by a long shot. All you see before you is the manifestation of my great-grandpappy. Well, between you and me, things have been rather slow since the, incident. Psst. Mind if we keep our voices down over that sensitive subject? Death and dark magic ain't exactly great for business. That room where it happened, it was rented to a certain woman. Though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions, if you know what I mean. She came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, standard practice for Mrs. Counsellor and her visitors. I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, bleary-eyed and awash in fright. By the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. There was only Jake on the floor, dead, surrounded by what may as well have been a battlefield. Whoever done it has escaped through the window. But I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit after that. Counsellor Jake, that poor man. I knew too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything. Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know? He's called the Duke of Ferrol.
The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while wiping my pine. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has... Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The conduit, our link to the goddess herself, has given us a special gift. By following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for a span greater than the number of stars that twinkle within the goddess's right eye. Ah, for this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silver. There, among her followers and friends, dwells the god. She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the... She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but the true... What's in a name, dear friend? Go on the path to the righteous, my friend.
Have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
We'll have none of that, you hear?
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets. But I doubt
Look out! I see a trap nearby. Careful, I've spotted a trap.
Hold! Our enemies have laid a trap.
I need a remedy!
That's enough of that now.
That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road travelling alongside great caravans than I have in any given place in Rivellon. All of this earth is my home. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the dead isn't even remotely special to me. All the better that it isn't. For you and for me. Because you have seen them, have you not? Is it Ponchon perhaps? Yes. I have the blood of sorcerers in my veins, and between you and me, the blood of sorcerers too. The power of sorcery is so very alluring, you.
You should be more careful, madam. I am a hunter, but as luck would have it, I'm not a zealot.
And neither am I. Be advised, though, not to give in to your inclinations. Other hunters may not be so forgiving.
Gods have mercy. I talked openly about sorcery in front of a source hunter. What a fool I am. Thank you, oh compassionate soul that you are, to treat me so leniently. I never have. No need to worry, source hunter. How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
Ease on your block with a wheel and a good stuff.
Beyond these walls, the dead roam free, Hunter. Be vigilant.
Here lies Catherine. I know, I was groomed.
Pray, let me be forward with you, O sapling rose, O leaf of spring. For my weary mind is troubled, and would highly prize thy gentle-handed assistance, thy kind ministrations. I am but an aged elf that has seen the years parade in long succession. Gladly shall I tell you more. Will I regale thee, O whelp of men, with my tale? But not here, where the winds may steal my... You would listen to my grievances? Guide hot spiced wine and a snug little room awaits us on the...
Looks like the mortician is rather suspicious about Jake.
What could Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, or Evelyn have to do with it?
This here is my family business. Yes, there's been a Roberts escorting stiffs into the next life since the foundation of Sicily. Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression on an undertaker. Especially not these days. I just concern myself with giving the remains a respectable exit from life. We set him to rest in the northern graveyard. Perhaps he can finally get a little peace. How do you... Ah, the ledger, is it? Fool was I to leave it in the open. Or perhaps I even looked forward to being found out. Well, as you know, I have my suspects in the matter. What would you like to know? Plenty of us shopkeepers entrust the mayor with the spare keys to our businesses, you know. And he's the only person in town with a second copy of the key to the mortuary. He could have used it to sidle in without a peep if he... Aureus himself paid me a visit the night the body was delivered. Came rapping at my door in the frosty morning before the sun had even started peeping, and told me to tell him, and only him, if I noticed anything strange or suspicious about the remains. Can't see why he'd bothered to go through all that trouble. I know it sounds strange suspecting the doctor's apprentice of something so ghoulish as this, but there's few in this city could manage to transport a corpse without raising eyebrows. It was she who delivered Jake's body from the inn to the mortuary. And there was something about her that night. Some kind of excitement. Seemed she could barely contain her thoughts. That there was something thrilling about to happen. I can't quite settle it in my mind how a young medical professional would have such a strange reaction to an occasion such as that. And this may or may not have anything to do with the whole rigmarole. But her master, Dr. Theleron, bought an old shack of mine, one overtaken by undead, for an exorbitant price considering what he was getting. I never saw a widow less distraught. It was she who rang my bell just before the body was snatched. Lured me outside, claiming she needed air, before discussing the funeral arrangements. Some accomplice could have sneaked in and grabbed the remains while I was comforting the oh-so-overcome Esmeralda. That gold's the only good thing to come out of this blasted affair, and I certainly plan on making some use of it.
Looks like the mortician is rather suspicious about Jake.
What could Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, or Evelyn have to do with it?
He could have Aureus and can't see why. I know it seemed she... And this may or... That gold's the only good thing to come out of this blast. Look, there's no...
Oh, it goes to and fro of the city's youth. They hustle and bustle, while I sit here stagnantly and watch it all go by. Oh, I am but an aged, hot.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal You there! Cut it! So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying...
Potent
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, source hunter.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
dead man can't jail anyone.
How could that happen? Careful now, that's a trap.
Look out! I see a trap nearby. Careful, I've spotted a trap.
Into the fray once more. Grenade of the 5-8! Does anybody else smell smoke? fox I've spotted.
Rabbit seed!
live.
ready. I can see the white light.
The outskirts of Sicil.
Face the unending darkness.